If the devil can't find me, he can't bring me home to hell. Fire, fire, you're gonna bring me down. I have to wake up in another place. In this atlas world, they want to find me dead in my sheets. They want to find me. If the devil can't hear me, he can't bring me home to hell. Fire, fire, you're gonna bring me down. I have to wake up in another place. Yeah. In this atlas world, they want to find me dead in my sheets. They want to find
Good morning. Hello, hello. I got the same thing, Jason. Deploying mine as well. Hello to Bonsai Gaming. Simply TNB, what's up, buddy? I think I knew this, but I kind of forgot until this morning. But Buddy Pranav is on the team. Buddy Pranav is playing Big Dick. Hello to Big Dill as well, Mr. Blonde Maestro. Good morning, Eddie. No, nobody on cam, which is really unfortunate. I would happily sacrifice my own cam for this. At 9 a.m., I don't think my camera needs to be visible to anybody. If only we could have a private cam on Buddy and Aryan. Sometimes amongst teammates, there's it's nice to have a friendly competition to motivate the players. So for example, Aryan and Buddy Pranav, might be interesting to have a little friendly competition between them about who's going to perform better in Albania. You know, because that could motivate Aryan if he only makes a draw and he sees Buddy Pranav win. Can be healthy. Now, I know that the Offerspill Shack Club has a history of hosting in-house competitions amongst its players. And that's why you'll always find Offerspill near the top of the tournament standings, because they're a chess club that knows how to motivate the players with internal competitions, and I hope there's one going on between all the players at this event. I think it's a great way to keep the players on the toes. Wake myself up. I was awake like 4 hours ago. 5 hours ago. Also, where are these games? They're not started on the broadcast? Got it. Got it. We're always putting up points, Eddie. Points that you can keep track of. Exclamation mark, pink avocado. Oh, Buddy Jules is here. We get our updates only from the highest sources, Tim. Load, I love stress. 30 minutes delay. They're taking European Club Cup very seriously. High scrutiny in Albania. Hello, TH Toaster. Yeah, the team, actually, I wonder if they have, like, not here at least. They'll have it here, though. Pairings results standing? Maybe? Maybe? Here we go. A full roster. The full roster. Magnus, Rana, Aryan, Pranav, Mr. Chief Clown, Johan Sebastian Christensen, Mr. Frode, who Frode retired one of my chess openings. Which is there's never been something in my life that has happened that has been more beneficial for my chess than playing a game against Berkedal and losing. At the World Junior in 2012. There's nothing more beneficial for my chess than losing in the Benko. This guy made me want to like quit the Benko and quit chess in general. And so I did quit the Benko and I improved a lot as a result. He didn't even play like nothing too crazy, but played some basic theory. I thought I was creating some like tactics, and I looked at it with the engine after the game, and there was like not a single tactic that I could have uncorked. H3. I remember being so frustrated with this game. I was like, "You're joking me." Highly disturbing game. I got completely fondled, and I quit the Benko after this. I never played it again, and I think I improved as a chess player as a result. I started playing the Nimzo immediately. That's what I'm saying, Eddie. Best decision I ever made. He was nice too after the game. He analyzed it with me. He's like, hey, poverty-ass Canadians playing the Benko. Let me fix this for you. It's like it had a disease, like as a Vienna player or something. Man, 30-minute delay, eh? You're telling me I could have had 30 more minutes of sleep? Is that what you're telling me? Is Magnus gonna play? No, these are the players on the roster, and Magnus and Eric are not playing today. And honestly, I hope they sit in their hotel in Albania and think of the boys. You know, think of how far across the world the impact of their decisions has stretched. You know, there's a guy somewhere in a pink avocado sweater waking up at 8:30 a.m. in Canada who can't even clickbait his kick stream properly because they won't get up off their fucking ass in their hotel room and just sit down so that the chessbrah community can thrive as a clickbait nation. Just incredibly inconsiderate when you really put it in perspective. So the best I could do was use Buddy Pranav's name. And so that's what we did. That's what we did. We went with Buddy Pranav. Aryan's name we've tested with clickbait. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the hot topic right now. That's not the name that the people want to say, not the name that people want to see. I need to see some wins from Aryan, and then I can clickbait him more. So maybe if Aryan gets a win today, I can use his name tomorrow. So we'll definitely be monitoring him. Oh yes, this was a good story, yes. Aryan hoarding followers on Instagram. So we're hopeful that in 5 minutes, the games truly start. Something like that, wild, yeah. Usually you get 0.8, but FIDE did some, actually, it's quite funny. FIDE changed, so basically, if you played anyone in the world in chess, here we go, whoa. If you played anyone in the world in chess and they had a FIDE rating, then you would gain 0.8. So if you played someone who is FIDE rated, oh, this is updating a lot here. It's like having a spasm. There's Aryan's game. This is over the board chess, yes. And you'll see it's classical time control, so an hour and a half. Long games, long games. So basically, if Aryan played, let's say, Tim Cannon in chat in a FIDE rated event, and Aryan won, then Aryan would win 0.8 points. It's pretty good when you think about it. Aryan could play a 1,000 game match with Tim Cannon, and and then there he would go. So I always remember Aryan came to visit the boys in Calgary when we lived there. This was during COVID. And Aryan made a point. He said, I definitely, like he was dead serious too. He said, I definitely want to go to the Calgary Chess Club and join their like weekly club event. What the fuck? You want to go play a Canadian 1600 for like 5 hours? The Calgary Chess Club? He's like, yeah. He was dead serious too. Aryan was looking to like power farm 0.8 points. Oh, all the way up. It's very funny. It would just never occur to me. But Aryan could be rated 26-18 right now if not for that decision. So don't knock it till you try it. I'm gonna see if I can find it in his individual calculation. What is this, 2020 or something? Oh, I found his Norway chess. That's not it. Not that one. Aryan plays a lot of chess. It's difficult to find. Out of Steel Masters, World Cup. What's up, JC? I'm just a coffee machine. Just a coffee machine here. Watching Aryan, watching Buddy Pranav. Oh, this is an exciting game. Pranav has fully accepted the Mora. Chat. That's a big energy. Brownak on board 1 with the black pieces. So the international signings from Team Offerspills are definitely the 3 lads here. Chief Clown, who is basically not a foreigner. Mr. Pranav and Mr. Sadwani. There's 8 players on the team, and as you can see from this, there are 6 boards. So everyone except Eric and Magnus are playing today on the team. We get to see Buddy Pranav in action. I wonder what the team dynamic is like, you know? Hoping that all the lads get along. E5. Are Are you guys thinking about e5 for white or black? e5 for black? Well, what kind of moves are we talking about here, folks? Today is also NFL Sunday. Tim, will you be around for the poker later today? It's NFL Sunday, but it's also Poker Sunday. That's right. I will be in a very serious WSOP event. At 2:30, so what is that? 5 hours from now? Yeah. 5 hours from now. That's right, Tim. That's right, Mr. Tim. I probably do. I think it's 28-10. If that I even have the right. I'm even looking at the right thing. But I'll stream that on our Twitch channel. Yep, that's exactly right, Tim. Yep, it's a 5K event. So I'll be streaming poker with a little bit of a delay. On our Twitch channel in about 5 hours. more visually disturbing. Fret, it'll be at 2:30 Eastern time. Howdy, no more names. Okay, this man, this line is ultra theoretical. Does anyone play this line here? No more names. You probably play this shit, don't you? Sick theoretical animal. I am useless here. I always find this to be like, is this objectively a good line for white? Like overall, does this just have a strong reputation for white? I'm wondering, like, where are the model games where black does well here? I only ever see white doing well. You don't play this stuff? Hello, Rui. Rui, do you know what's going on in these positions? Oh, if it's your move, Jason, we might need to rethink things. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here, but all I know is that white seems to do well all the time, and we got Big Johan playing with the white pieces, feeling good there. Aldorsson is playing an 1884 here. E45, but it's not my E45 line. So I can't offer any insights. Oh, here we go. Of course I can offer some insights here. There, we finally found my position. 1 out of 6 boards I can comment on. Hello, Sistadal. Good to have more Norwegians in the chat. You probably felt bad, Goblin. You know, you felt bad those years ago. You felt bad now. He's always on the lookout for my chess and my well-being. That's why Arkadal is a good guy. I can't comment on the dynasties, Rui, because I never play them myself. But I know that we're gonna run the regular NBA sleeper with the guys that did it last year. So if that's renewing, off underdog, I assume that other things you might expect to renew off underdog will also renew off underdog. And on top of that, we'll definitely have two underdog NBA, at least two underdog NBA drafts as well. But since the NBA starts a little bit later in October, I'll just focus on the NHL ones for now, and then we'll do NBA in a little bit. Morning pen. Coffee and classical chess. For those that are awake right now, I'm trying to put you back to sleep. Oh, Aryan with a high energy move. Oh, Aryan. Giving the bishop a lot of scope here, but with some clear intentions. So if black goes d6, which looks reasonable to support that pawn, I think f4, I mean d4 is just so strong, right? If you can ever achieve d4. So let's say black plays this. What's white up to here? Are we really doing this? Because I'm wondering like what's going on here. Almost feel like we're playing knight d5. What's happening here? Like taking is never good. I suppose you can play knight. Oh, but knight g3 is. I tell you, I don't have a very strong understanding here. Are we playing knight a4? This is the only like concrete idea that I can spot. Take the bishop off the board and then play bishop here. But you know, black can always recapture this way. And who's the guy? Who was asking about backwards pawns? There was someone who was saying that they were disturbed by this backwards pawn. So this is an example of where it would be a lot worse. Then it would be on an open file. Oh, TH Toaster. There you go. It was you. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Meanwhile, Buddy Pranav seems to be, I mean, I think this is a reasonably well-known line. Knight g6, a6, just all about preventing e5. Yep, Buddy's reading is saying hello. You play a3 here? Or g3? Castle, bishop takes d2. Queen takes. Yes, you can take this as black, but even that looks perhaps risky. But if bishop takes, knight takes h4, not really sure what's happening here. Chicago defense? Tim, you're really up on the names, eh? Is this the Chicago defense? I don't know what that even means. Never heard that in my life. Smith-Morra Gambit. telling me 97 is like the Chicago? I was telling some stories, Stress, about how it's kind of like the same thing as using buzzwords. If you were to go and meet, I don't know, if you were to go and meet like a football player and you'd never seen a American football game in your life, and like right before you went to meet them, all of a sudden you like looked up all these terms so that when you met them, you could say things like, "Oh yeah, no, it was great to see the special teams unit perform last night." Like, oh, 60 plus yarders are always tough to hit. I wouldn't feel bad. And it's like, the fuck? And so lower rated players that know too many names of openings can come off in the same way. It's giving buzzwords. So you have to toe the line, tread very carefully between knowing more vocabulary than you know actual moves. You want to make sure that your move knowledge keeps up with your vocabulary knowledge. Because it's fine if you know a lot of opening names, but you also know a lot of theory. But if you don't know a lot of theory and you know a lot of opening names, that's not a good combo to have. Then you'll be up at 3 a.m. on a voice call with Valentinian, trying to explain to him why him blundering a piece was actually his fault and not yours. Meanwhile, he's telling me that in the Carlsbad structure, you're supposed to hang the piece or something. So, just want to make sure that your game knowledge still competes with your sort of historical knowledge at all times. I definitely like as if it was like a create a player, like a custom player, and you were filling out the stats, there would be probably like 15 out of 100 points put into names of openings for me, and maybe 75 out of 100 put into actual theory, like the actual moves. Oh, here, this is what I want. Aryan? Are these the moves that actually happen? Okay, we predicted a few moves at least. So yeah, f4 and knight a4, but the thing about knight a4 is I'm not actually convinced that this is a serious threat. Like I like black's position. Oh yeah, there is an NFL game rate on. I forgot about that. Tim Moistad was reminding me. Falcons and Jags. The EU game. For people like Crocodile, Oh. Jacksonville just scored, I guess. I saw it was 0-0 a bit ago, but I'm not sure, Tim. I just went to check the sports books and it said 7-0. So sports books always know best. Most reliable information source. Good morning, Bazmaniac. Indeed, Offerspill decided to rest the best players, Magnus Carlsen and Eric Hansen, in round 1 for sure. I see that our buddy Jordan is playing on a different team, but he's definitely active. Oh, I get to watch Urkadal beat another one of my openings, the London. Guy's gonna dismantle my whole repertoire. Oh, you're late, Bazmania. Oh no, I reported this news already. I'm better than a Hickey update. My update was before it even happened. So, yes, the Broncos and Bears played today. Very exciting game. Dolphins and Bills, in my opinion, is the most exciting 1 p.m. game. Man, Seahawks and Giants on Monday. I can't take that seriously. Why do I feel, is it just me or have the New York Giants had a lot of primetime slots recently? You're surprised the Dolphins are dogs? What are you talking about, man? The books love the Bills. They always have. The Bills are not going to be underdogs against like nearly any team in the league, barring a very, very strong team at home. Maybe the Eagles. Yeah, even the Eagles. I wonder if the Bills were at home and the Eagles were visiting. I wonder if I don't think the Bills would be dogs somehow. Like the line might be close to even for sure, but somehow I don't feel that they would be underdogs. I could be wrong about that. The books love them though. I guess the books love the Eagles too. You like Kansas? Jackson Law? Is that because of your name? Jackson? You big Jackson Mahomes fan? Is that why you named your account Jackson? It's very hard to support the KC Chiefs when you've got guys like Big Jackson in the woodwork there. He's the kind of guy that can turn a fan off from cheering for the entire team. Very easily. I always cheer for Tom Brady's team. I always have. Just like Tom Brady. Massive Tom Brady fan. I like the Saints this year. I have an Olave jersey. But which team do I truly like to see do well? It's a good question. It's a good question. I don't think... oh, I always bet against the Bengals. That's for damn sure. But no, there's not anyone like super interesting for me right now. I always like a good quarterback. Always have. Like, I cheer for a team that has one like ultra dominant player and builds around them. But I've always respected the quarterback position the most, I think. It just seems like the most controlling. And I don't like those scramble quarterbacks. Not my style. I like the Peyton Mannings. I like the Tom Brady's. I like the sit in the fucking pocket and throw the ball. Those guys. I don't like these Mahomes. I don't like these Lamar Jacksons. Like Fields. I don't like these guys. I don't like these scramble QBs. I like the sit in a pocket and throw a bullet accurate pass kind of guys. I respect that type of quarterbacking. Okay, so this is a rather instructive moment, eh? This is a rather instructive moment. I think a lot of people, well, here's an 1900. Bishop G4 feels like a very natural move. And I think it's easy to assume, just like most openings, that the bishop is very decently placed here. But the fact of the matter is it's not. Bishop G4 and Bishop H5 is a rather, I would say, clear error. White can just very easily put the knight on G3, and if Black plays Bishop G6, he's just suffering the whole game. Like, this bishop's terrible there. And if you take the knight, White's even happier. Because of this situation, there's this light square bishop is going to be mega strong. So this is definitely an error. Might not look like much, but I know one thing's for sure: you don't play Bishop G4, Bishop H5 in the Ruy Lopez unless the pawn's on D4 and there's some very clear like pressure that you're creating on this pawn. But here, nope. Aryan's opponent has a pretty good position, I would say. Like, Aryan can't really develop the pieces that easily. It's a little bit disturbing. I wonder how he's going to get himself out of this one. Yeah, that's why I pointed out Ruy, in all honesty, because it seems like a supernatural move. Bishop G4. Okay, I'll just pin the knight. How many times do you see strong players pin a knight, get attacked, and move back? Like, it's no big deal. But here, it's absolutely not the these Ruy Lopez positions. It's so not the right idea, but it definitely takes some getting used to. Okay, Buddy Pranav seems to be just clearly up a pawn here. There is Bazmaniac. There might even be another. I'm not sure if there's more than one team, but yes, definitely. Some representation, buddy. Ooh, little pawn sacrifice here. So what happens? Takes? And some kind of rook b1 or... Guess black is always one move away from castling, that helps. It's a very uncomfortable position. I like that quote, Bass. It's your job to catch my passes. It's not my job to run. Accurate. I mean, 95 is reasonable for sure. I'm used to black playing g6 there more, but I guess this is fine. What happens after f4? Because I feel like if you castle and white plays bishop d3, that you just clearly worse. This looks unbelievably good. Could be missing some resource though. 94 right away. Seems like you want to do it before bishop d3, but don't look right either. I guess you can play this and there's not really f5. Although there's queen h4 by black. Queen h4 ideas. Huh. Yeah, he played f4. Played f4. So I'm trying to understand what the situation is, because after queen b6, I would play queen b3 like that. I mean, yeah, you don't want to play rook b1 and run into bishop takes, but queen b3 is like super obvious here. Queen b3 is how you always deal with this move. I have to say, I really don't think I like black's position at all here. Like, anytime your bishop is locked in like this, and white has a knight here, supported by the pawn, and you might not achieve 94 yourself, then I think, like, if I'm not mistaken, you're in serious trouble. So, I probably don't know something about this line, like, concretely, because I swear that if black just, like, castles and plays normal, that white's just better after bishop d3, but I'm here to learn, just like the next person. Are you talking about the Jaguar game, Baz? There's a gang of fans at the game dressed as NFL refs. That's good energy. Good energy. Okay, so what? Buddy's just getting bishop c6 for free here? Maybe queen a5. I'm not sure about b4, b5 there in that position. But queen a5 looks kind of nice. Shuffle the queen over here, and then play bishop c6, and it stops b4. Hey, morning is easy. Okay, big Aryan with a big commitment move here, f5. Understandably, he was not liking, well, he certainly wasn't liking that. That I know for sure. Something very suspicious about Aryan's game here so far. Seems shaky. Hello, Mr. Azizi. These are the players on the offerspills team. So the best players in this tournament are not active today. Chief Clown Eric Hansen and ex-world champion Magnus Carlsen. Today's round 1. I imagine he may play tomorrow as easy. It'll start at the same time, 9:30 a.m. Hey, nothing wrong with that, Kilimanjaro. Putting Aryan and the boys to work while the rest of them talk strategy. Rook c8. Yeah. Hit the bishop and then queen a5. I mean, at this point, like, does anyone play the Mora here? I'm wondering, what did white do that was so bad? I mean, I guess move by move it slowly got worse, but Pranav basically just took the pawn, and then it seemed like white didn't make a single threat. Something tells me queen e2, rook d1. I don't know. Is that just not the most testing or something? For this particular line? There's not even an h-pawn to disturb the force here. Nothing. Felt like a very low energy game by white. Happy for Buddy though, of course. It's just that whenever I play the Mora, I feel like people have a much crazier reaction with the white pieces. You know, they don't just sit there and like trade pieces and give me a winning position. It seems like that's what happened here. Knight g3. Takes, and energy on f7. Hello, Sornik. Doing well. It's early. Doing well. Whoa. Queen b6, queen b3. Knight g8. Energetic move from Urkadal. He's always here to teach me a thing or two about my openings and how suspicious they are. I'm not sure if this is the exact position, but it reminds me of some game between like Fabi and almost like a what tournament was it? Was it World Cup? This game. What was this game? What happened? Wow. Holy shit. Okay. Wow, I'm a beast. Yeah, it's exactly this game. Yeah, and Fabi actually totally outplayed his opponent. So this is exactly what would happen to me. I would also lose this way as white, thinking that I just have a good position, but black plays this pretty sick move, knight g8. And Fabi totally outplayed the 25-50 GM from this line. Man, this is so fucking annoying. The position like keeps refreshing. Like, good god. Yeah. Yeah, but Fabi just outplayed and made it look easy. Bishop f5 was a really bad move, but tough. Ugh. No, he's not there, Venus. This was from the World Cup, but yeah, I knew I saw something similar to this. White played f4, and then suddenly it was like overextended. So wow. Once again, Frode following good theory. Big Fab. Aryan's game looks highly suspicious. I'm really wondering what the lad's up to here. Hoping he can pull through. Meanwhile, White's position looks tremendous. Biggest reading mismatch. Ugh. Dick DeGraff is he's not doing too well. Man, Dick DeGraff really sounds like a like a medical test, doesn't it? Doctor, what were the results of the dictograph? Seems to be -1, sir. Monitor that closely, will you, Johnson? This position looks so rough. G3 is like a great move, but White shouldn't be down a pawn here, basically. White should just have a pawn on C2, and then it would be a normal game. So he's just suffering as a result. Aryan, man. Aryan needs the energy here. Buddy Aryan. So Raunaq's position after b5 actually does look pretty good. There's a5 coming, knight b6, c4. I like the way he's playing. Aryan's position looks admittedly quite suspicious. Pranav looks winning, or like he will convert. Johan also looks like he's much better and he knows what he's doing here. I think after queen f2, I mean, rook f8's a depressing move to have to play. And if you castle, I think there might be bishop e7 to at least win the rook. But it's at the cost of maybe another pawn. Knight gets to a good square. But he's definitely comfortable here. Meanwhile, Frode is also very comfortable, from what I can see. Like, white brings the knight back and sort of regrets having this pawn extended on f4. So, again, pretty nice play by him. Following our buddy Fabi into battle. And then, yeah, obviously an IM against an 1880 is going to be quite a mismatch, but white's position looks good so far here in the early stages. He is Eddie, but not today. Magnus and the Chief Clown are both sitting out today. Hopefully not needed for a match like this. But you can see the caliber of teams in this event, Eddie. Like this Super Chess team from Romania. This team is always just nasty. Rapport, Anand, Deak, Jordan, Fedoseev. Like, what? What? Let's see who the highest rated. No, it's played in Albania, Mr. Crosby 87. It's played in Albania, and Germany was where the World Teams Championship was played. So is this the top rated Tuta? Is this the top rated Albanian club? I think it is. So they have an IM and they have an AFM, an Arena FIDE Master. Always an intimidating sight to be paired against an AFM. Pranav is doing fine, Crosby. Your countryman he's okay. It's your buddy Aryan that you need to worry about here. Against Big Richard, another dick from the Netherlands. The Netherlands has a couple dicks on the roster. Big Richard here, and Pranav is also against the Big Dictograph as well. So, lots of dicks for the boys to handle. Because if you go crazy and try to play like g4 and just solidify here, first of all, black can take at some point and just play on the g file and get that queen h4. And there might even be like moves like h5. The reason I'm holding off at the moment is h5, you can play this, and you know, unless you're planning to sack, right, this could be quite suspicious. That's what I mean. This is very bad, but of course that's not necessary. You can take, yeah, like I said, use the G file. There's this long-term problem as well, so maybe some knight takes f5 stuff. It all looks very suspicious. Understandably, Aryan is in the think tank here. Oh yeah, Gob, I didn't even realize. Of course. It'd be just Albanian FIDE Master. That's right, Gob. He's a hoarder is what he is. I would go to, I feel like an NFL game in Europe would be pretty fun. I would go. I've never been to an NFL game at all, but I would definitely go to one in Europe. That's big, actually, Tim. I didn't realize so much was on the line. I didn't realize so much was on the line here. I also have more exciting news, Tim. I can finally join you. My factor has arrived. That's right. My factor has arrived. I don't think I'll have it today. I'll save it. I'll save it for next week because I woke up too early to function properly. Put it that way. I got poker later, and I'll save maybe a factor eating stream for next week, maybe Monday or Tuesday or something. I'll have to find a good day for it, but now the food has arrived. I'm looking forward to testing it out. Now I've played Queen A5, which I like. Oh man. This is gonna be a Knight H6, H3 to stop Knight G4. But like, Knight f5, and isn't this just incredibly bad now? Oof. King f2 is so wrong on so many levels. Like you lose the bishop, and then the position opens up after castling. Taking this is exactly like the Fabi game. Just nasty. This bishop is gonna run the whole board here. Oof. It's weird that black could have doubled isolated pawns, an isolated pawn, and doubled pawns, and have a significantly better position. Like, how crazy is that? Goes against what you might think. The principles of chess. Oh, finally knight g3 has been achieved. We've been waiting for this. Aryan's position is the only one that really frightens me here. Have I ever been to South Africa? I have. I have. Been to, I think we spent just a bit of time in, well, I've been to Durban, which is where the event was. But we also went to one of the main cities just for a little bit. I'm trying to see which is one that was like reasonably close to Durban. What's like the biggest city in South Africa close to Durban? Whichever one it is, I think we visited. Right here. Okay. I'm getting h5 vibes, but I can see Buddy Aryan wants to, I don't know, maybe take. Yeah, I think he wants takes bishop e3. I don't know, man. Aryan's position still sketchy. Low to Bucko. I saw that, Bazmaniac. Nasty pick 6, eh? Crosby 87 is gonna be peeking to that. But yeah, been to Durban. So when I went to South Africa, I think like the one of the tournament organizers got like mugged with like at knife point, like a couple days into the event. So I basically, if you've ever seen, speaking of South, not South Africa, but if you've seen South Park, they have the character Kenny, who basically lives in like poverty, like in the slums in South Park. And there's like this clear line that you can see in the South Park episodes where like on one side of the line is like actual total poverty, and on the other side of the line is like beautiful normal city life. And it's like as soon as you like step like 1 foot into the wrong side, it's like all of a sudden you're just like doing crack cocaine and like gang banging. And it's the exact same thing in Durban, in South Africa. It's the exact same thing. Like, there actually is an actual line where it's like, you die here, and you might not die here. They decided to host this tournament pretty much on the line. Definitely had an interesting experience for sure. South Park always keeps it real. So, are the Falcons even playing this game right now? So far, I tuned in for like 5 seconds. I watched the Falcons throw a pick six, and then I watched the Falcons get the ball back and throw another interception. Just like back-to-back interception. They're not even playing the game. It's gonna be like 80-0. Are the top boards on the good side, Goblin? What do you mean by that? Top boards for who? Because I think Aryan's on the bad side here. Oh, in Durban. I understand. This is the equivalent of what I was saying about the guys having to stay in a motel if they lost. It's like you gotta go to the bad side in Durban. Yeah, I understand now. That's funny. That's correct, Batsmania. Wasn't gonna police the lads. But that is correct. High energy move here for sure. Pranav seems to be chilling. He did take. Urkadal is just, he's cruising in this position. His bishop is so bad. Massive advantage for black. Nice game. Nice game. That is a life story, Bazmaniac. An actual life story. Man, I don't even know this. Who's the quarterback for Falcons? Ritter? Never heard of this person in my life. This guy rookie or something? Desmond Ritter? I have to Google this lad. I've never heard of him before. So he was a rookie in 2022 season for Atlanta, and I guess Mariota got the starting job, and then end of the year 2022, Falcons benched Mariota and named Ritter as the starting quarterback for the rest of the season. So he went 2 for 2 in 2022 and 2-1 in 2023, which I'm assuming counts both seasons' games. Have there already been 3 weeks though in 2023? I can't even remember. We're on week 4. Yeah, never mind. Interesting. Why do I always bet against the Bengals? Because, well, at least it's good. It's a good price to do so. The books love the Bengals, so if you want to bet against them, you'll always get a good price. Apart from that, Moistad likes to bet on the Bengals, and I like to bet against Moistad, so that's another big determining factor. This move just never works. So here, stopping f6, and now like if black stops, man, I can't even like show a variation here. Jeez. Yeah, they had a really good season last year, did they not? Didn't they make it like very far? Oh man. Man, I don't know what it is, Tim, but this is the first Atlanta Falcons game that I've tuned into. Never seen them this year so far. Apparently they're 2-1, 2 wins. I've seen 3 passes from this Ritter guy, and it looks like he thinks his receivers are the ones wearing the black uniforms. Because the guy's thrown 2 interceptions on like 5 passes that I've seen, and he should have just thrown a 3rd. That should have been an interception. So I'm not sure what's going on here. The Falcons look terrible. Maybe it's that European air. Yeah, Latinum. It's like every time there's a new move or like a new update in like one of the games, it like refreshes all the games or something like that. It's a little annoying. But yeah, you're right. This game keeps just refreshing like non-stop. It's very annoying to look at. I don't get the impression other games are doing that. Okay, Bishop C8. Aryan is happy to see this move. This looks like a low energy move. Not saying it's a terrible move, but I think you're more frightened in a situation like this of a move like h5, like knight d4, like, I don't know, even queen d7 to castle. I'm just saying, like, bishop c8, that's not the one you're scared of. So definitely a good sign for Aryan. Very good sign. Yeah, Pranav is just much better here. Okay, here we see the problem with this bishop. All the way like that. White just plays like knight f5 and is much, much better. Still not the end of the world, but definite advantage. Bishop d5. You mean for black? Bishop d4? I didn't see Aryan move. Aryan went bishop h6. Okay, so what does he want? If takes? Knight h5? I mean, it threatens mate, which can never be bad, but maybe it makes even more sense to go like this first. I don't know. I wouldn't do this, but I think knight h5 is fine. But if you can't take here, black's getting pretty disturbed. f6 by white, knight g8. The problem is, I think you're just gonna lose your pawn there. Bishop g5, h6. I don't think you can get away with this. I mean, maybe it's playable, but I don't really see how. Black has not played this move the entire game, and I'm convinced that this move has been good the entire game. I don't know what it is about this move, but for some reason, Black is not jumping in there. I see that, Bazmaniac. Pretty nasty scoreline for the boys there from Atlanta. Mostly means that the game is just not really that interesting to watch. The whatchamacallit, the Falcons just look completely flaccid. Not a lot going on in these games right now. Lucky to have 0. I agree. Hello, Lally. You want more viewers? We're watching classical chess. Magnus and Eric are not playing, and we didn't do a stream on Twitch before, and the stream started at 9 a.m. What else can I do, Lolly? What else can I do, buddy? It's EU time. Yeah, but the Europeans are low energy, Lolly. You know that very well. Europeans have always been low energy. Not you, but you show up at North American times, European times. You just always show up. So it's not even about the time zone with you. You just always have energy. Are you talking about, like, are you just saying that as like a figure of speech, Kothis? Or you mean literally you're trying to watch it on your TV? It's difficult. Because I think if you're serious about that, I think they have AirPlay now. If you're watching on your iPhone or something, which was a big upgrade. Because they don't have Chrome, you can't Chromecast it. Hey, there we go, Baz. Happy to hear that, buddy. Go, St. Mirren. We are atypical, Josh. Team Norwegians. Buddy Pranav is also playing. It was Lolly. I was actually, as soon as I saw the game, I knew that it resonated with me, and I was pretty happy to have recalled that game was copying a game from the World Cup that I happened to see between Fabi and a Georgian GM. And Fabi won a really nice game, and it looks like White made a really nice achievement. And I was even saying, to me, this makes a lot of sense for the London. You get the knight d5, you get f4, and you get bishop d3 without knight e4. This is like a dream. But after queen here, threatening the bishop, like this, of course White needs to respond queen b3. But after queen b3, Black goes this remarkable knight g8 move. And it's like, what the hell? What the hell? You develop the knight back to h6, and you play f6, and the queens get traded, and you can never keep the queens on the board because of your hanging bishop on e3. And then this was Fabi's game, and yeah, he just totally outplayed the guy. But I can see, like, what does White do? There's no breaks. Pawns can do nothing over here, nothing over here. You're waiting for Black to play this or reroute the pieces. And I mean, Fabi just played like a masterpiece. Won a super sick game. And so this game is mirroring that so far. Very, very, very similar. Thanks for the 6 months, Josh. White just has absolutely nothing that they can do. e5, we'll probably see b6, knight a5, knight c4. We compare the two games. White castled long in this one. But I do feel like White lacked a knight on d3. Like, I guess I was surprised we didn't see knight d3, knight b4, but yeah, Black was coming with bishop h5, I suppose. So I feel like that needs to happen in this game. This bishop needs to get like out here. Knight a5, b6. But White's knight, I think, wants to be on d3. I mean, White's position is trash, but knight on d3, rook e1, bishop c1 holds knight c4 pretty nicely. It's the best you can do from a terrible position. Urkadal, I think, is an extremely good GM for his rating. I was saying a few things, Lally. Him and I played in 2012. He beat me when I played the Benko. He beat me in such a nice game that I quit the Benko after this. Never played it again. And that was probably a great thing for my chess. I played the Nimzo and started to have good results. So probably made me a better player. But yeah, he's 2,500, but I think he's super strong for his rating. He definitely has good knowledge. I mean, he's playing a variation here that Fabi just played in the World Cup, so very trendy. But he's also just a good dude. I know him reasonably well, so I don't have a bad thing to say about him. Have I met Buddy in person? So I've met Urkadal many times. Buddy I've met in person because I played him in a tournament before, so I've definitely met him. And Eric and I also met him again at the World Rapid and Blitz in Kazakhstan that happened last December. So the answer is definitely yes to that. I think this game has the biggest time, like, lopsided time situation. Finally, Buddy played knight d4. Holy smokes, we were waiting for this move for him. f6, knight c6. Brownak seems to be playing a nice game. Knight c4, a5 is coming. Meanwhile, Black can always play f6 to evict this knight. But a5 and counterplay on the a file is happening. It's saying hello. The counterplay is saying hello. It's a good one, Venus. Correct you are. Good reference. Let's see. What are the games today? The 49ers have the biggest. I've never seen it so much. Minus 1,000 to win. That's incredible. They're supposed to win by 2 touchdowns. Okay. You mean non-competitive, Josh, because they're like good, really good for one side or the other, or do you mean like they're just boring? Blowouts. That's interesting perspective, yeah. I can see that. I can see that for sure. So being completely honest, especially with the time advantage, this feels like a position that Raunak is gonna win, for lack of a more diplomatic word. Aryan's position has always looked highly disturbing. So he's going back to c3. I mean, I guess he's planning some kind of like knight e4 move with knight f6, but I don't know. Also, if this, black's intending queen h4, and there's no queen d2 move from white. Yeah, Aryan's position, I feel like he's gonna pull it out, but it's gonna be sloppy. Pranav's position looks fantastic. This one, like, I can't even spectate the game properly. Keeps refreshing, but has always looked good for Christensen. This position has always looked terrible. And this position also looks tremendously good for white as well. Prizes? Good question. Not actually sure I know the answer. Info? Maybe it's in the regulations. Ugh. I don't really want to look at the, I don't want to click a bunch of links. This is the news for the European Club Cup. Oh yeah, September is officially over, eh? That's right, that's right. I forgot about that. We're now officially in October. Hoping that Buddy Aryan can pull through. An October win for the boys. That's a good point. I forgot about that. Aryan was probably checking DMs. Wow, Josh did the research. Man of the people, truly. Go, Josh. If Aryan survives, all is well. This is a game to watch. I have to check Jordan's position. It just looks like too much fun. Why does Jordan always play the most interesting games? Damn. Oh, Rook G8. Rook G8 is like Bishop C8 and Rook G8. Look, I know they're not bad moves. They're truly not. They're reasonable, right? Black's a good player, but they're just the type of moves that don't have, what's the word? Urgency. They have no urgency. Bishop C8 is just meh. Rook G8 is like meh. I mean, it's good. It's a good move, but it's... I feel like Aryan could be getting back into the game. The more of these moves we see, and the less like decisive action that Black takes, I think we could get chances for Aryan. But I wonder what the winning formula is for Aryan here. Like, you can't play Queen D2 because of Knight B3, which is quite annoying. Rook B1 threatens B4, so Rook B1 would be on my radar for sure. Removing this knight is a definite goal, but it's almost like you remove the knight replaced by bishop. Are you really happier? So I don't know, man. Aryan's position has not looked good the entire game. Oh, I was wondering what I was wondering what you were talking about, Bucko. I had to Google that. I was like, I'm pretty sure Buddy died like 2 months ago or something. And he did. He died in August. Coming at us with the news a little late there, bud. Bob Barker. Yes. What was Bob Barker's cause of death? Is a very commonly Googled question. And the answer that they're giving is Alzheimer's disease. Bob Barker died of Alzheimer's. Do you really die of Alzheimer's if you're 99, quite near 100 fucking years old? Do they really still say shit like that? Alzheimer's? Like, bro died because he's 100. What the fuck? What? Hello? Poor soul. He died of Alzheimer's. Stole 20 years from him. Now, he definitely might have stolen the quality of maybe a lot of his years, but I wonder, do you really say cause of death Alzheimer's? Not just bro being old? I feel like it almost doesn't put enough respect on like their... I feel like when you reference anything as a cause of death, it's almost like a... This explains this explains why they died when they did. If you're 99, I don't think you need an explanation. Like, you made it, man. You had a good life. At the very least, you had a long life. But it's definitely important to recognize that you may have suffered from it. That's sad. But I feel like cause of death, Alzheimer's, is like, I don't know, something about that just doesn't read right to me. Could you put both knights to attack d4? You certainly could, but remember, you'd be spending one move here, another move here, and another move here. So that's like 3 moves to do that. Meanwhile, maybe black just cycles a knight to replace it, opens up the queen for queen h4. You're taking 2 of your developed pieces and moving them backwards to trade for black's piece and handing 2 tempi to them. I don't know if it's worth it. Perfect world, we'd love to do that, but there's like a pawn fully hanging in the position that's been hanging for a while. There's a queen coming to h4, which is quite strong. Yeah, apparently the death certificate says Alzheimer's, Tim. Maybe J-Bell will have to deal with stuff like this in the future. Not himself. I mean, in his profession. Yeah, slash burner. Here's the sad thing. The knight was on a4 earlier. Aryan moved the knight to a4 like pretty much right out the gate. And then he never actually took the bishop and moved it back. I definitely see the irony in that, Bucko. Living to 99 years old and 10 months ish, let's say, is definitely sad a little bit. So Aryan is disturbed by this move, understandably. But h4 has its own issues, of course. Sorry to hear that, Bazmaniac. Yeah, that's why I was like, something about it still doesn't feel right to me. Saying that someone who's 99 years old died from Alzheimer's, but you also don't want to ignore that that's what that person was dealing with for maybe a large part of their life, maybe the final years. So I'm not sure how to actually phrase it properly, but something doesn't feel right about saying died of Alzheimer's when they're 99. It's almost like died at 99 and suffered from Alzheimer's or something like that. I'm trying to iron out the phraseology. What is Aryan doing? Fucking, I could not tell you, man. Aryan is playing very suspicious. He's in a mud wrestle, though, and we, you know, we're here for him. However he wants to present himself. He was the host of The Price is Right. There was a wheel, and the goal was to get as close to 100 without going over. Is that true? Is that what The Price is Right is? Were you really trying to get as close to 100 without going over? I can barely remember. How does the wheel actually work? I can barely remember. I watched that show so long ago. Is that right, Josh? Man, I gotta put that game back on. He's setting up for bishop g5. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong there. I think this move is more just stopping this. Because maybe... Yeah. Okay, you could make the argument he's setting up for this. That's a fair point. Aryan's king and queen and rook are the issue. Because the queen can't really develop to these squares. Right? Everything's covered. And these squares are off limits because of this. So this queen can't move, which means this king can't castle. Because the king's probably not castling here, most likely. Although it could. Let's say like that, but you know, you're probably not doing that. So you can't develop the queen. Queen g4 just looks crazy. So Aryan's position bothers me because I feel like none of these pieces can move. And so you're just playing the game with like the rest of your lads. That's why that's the underlying like issue with the whole position, I think. I don't think b4 is bad, no. Okay, bishop b7. So his opponent is all over the place. This game is just madness from both sides. His opponent played... Aryan played knight a4, knight back to c3. Opponent played bishop c8, bishop back to b7. I don't know what these guys are up to. Flip-flopping between plans all the time. But I think his opponent finally realized, like, maybe it's time to like queen d7 and castle? I don't know. I truly don't know. Thank you, Ellie Chess. Normally you'd think so, Slash, but yeah, as I've been saying, d takes c5 in that Aryan position opens the d file on a super weak d3 pawn, so it's not as good as you might think. Normally I would say yes. What's going on here? I think it's happening as we kind of expected. So e4, high energy move. e5, then very high energy h5 move. So what's the idea? Takes, queen h4, knight back. This pawn's defended. What's the idea with this? Maybe we just don't care. And we bring this in. What's going on here? Is the idea really like queen h4 and just go mate him? That seems so archaic, but maybe it would just works. It's quite the calculation, if so. Huh. Yeah, this position looks quite good for white, always has. Not overwhelming, but quite good. Bishop should be long-term strong. Oof. I've always liked this position for Urkadal. It needs some work still. It's not as clean as the Fabi game, but definitely good. King G2. I can only imagine that G5 is a pretty good looking move. I mean, why would the eval bar jump, you know? There it is. On to G5. High energy move, opening up the bishop, and if you could take here and bring the rook here, that's also quite good as well. So yeah, 12 minutes for white. I think he's totally screwed here. For Nav, on the other hand, bishop c6, f5 takes, and queen h5. Okay. Definitely some energy there. And with knight d5 coming, this is a high octane move from Dictograph. Pennywise, Eric is playing this tournament, yes. He's on the same team as Magnus, which is the team we're spectating right now. But Eric and Magnus aren't playing this round. They'll probably play tomorrow. The games start at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. There's 8 players on the team, and only 6 of them play every game, or every round rather. And because of that, you'll have 2 people sitting out at any given time. Hey, Bobercio. I haven't seen you in a little bit, buddy. What's going on here? Whoa. Whoa. Takes. Rook takes. Obviously, takes is just so off limits. Castles, rook takes e6. And yeah, you can play rook f8. Certainly. But white's position is tremendous here because, yeah, this bishop can even come back like this. That king is going to be in big trouble. Maybe d5 soon. Yeah, rook takes is obviously a good looking move there. Exactly, Slash. That's always a good way to pick your team. H5, H4. H5, H4 looks like the energy. This knight on A1 is obviously trash. It's so bad. Like, where do you bring it? Because E3 is kind of not where you want to put it because it leaves this pawn out to dry. Remember that black might be threatening knight takes G3 and pawn takes here. Like, if you put a knight on E3, then I think knight takes G3 becomes a super strong move. Hey, Randall, thanks for the 6 months. Definitely looking like a match win, though. I'm fascinated by this game. H5, like, hang on a sec. Why am I completely goddamn blind? There's a basic move. Okay. Like I said, it would have been quite the calculation if he looked at some sort of rookie 6 thing. So that makes more sense. So he plays bishop e7 here. He wants to play g6. Fully understandable, honestly. Computer wants some suspicious stuff like this. But honestly, bishop e7 to play g6 and trap the knight. Sign me up for that. That makes sense to me. So now this is gonna get very suspicious though. If you start taking this knight, I don't know, I almost want to go knight c5 or something. This is still a very messy position. Yeah, the knight on a1 is not a model piece. Aryan's game continues to be like, I don't even know. Yeah, so so if I look at, oh god, f4 from Aryan, like mistake, knight g3 mistake, bishop c8 miss. Mistake, blunder, like I don't even know what to say, man. The way Aryan is playing right now makes no sense. This is gonna be a blunder as well, or maybe it's a miss. Yeah, miss. Like, I don't know what these guys are doing, but they're playing some creative chess. I cannot help you out here. Okay, no, these moves are simply not correct. These moves are simply not correct. Oh god. Game is just malfunctioning. Yes. 70% accuracy piece. Can't take it seriously. The moves have been so bad by both players that I can't tell whether it's a transmission error or this is the actual game. Oh, come on, buddy, Aryan. This is a mud wrestle, and he needs to just find his way on top. Queen d7. No. The position is just not displaying correctly. Shit. I can't tell. So, do we think that black just played queen d7? Or like took and then played queen d7? Both are possible. I don't know why these moves are showing up, but okay, we'll stick with another game for now. This has been a solid game by white here. Oh, Benjamin. Bishop d8 is a flexible move to protect the queen and open the rook. Don't mind that. Not today, sleazy. Not today. It's 11:30 right now, 11:30 a.m. In exactly 3 hours, I will be playing poker with stream delay, because poker, on the d5 could be a move here. Takes, and then grab the bishop. d5 is kind of looking like a snack. Or even bishop b6 here. Both moves look interesting. Yeah, I'll be playing poker on our Twitch channel in 3 hours. 3 hours from now. So, I mean, I've really been thinking here. And it took me a while. But I realized that black can play this move. It definitely took me a while. Because there's some nasty stuff happening. This game is just, I can see the correct position in the preview. Queen's on e2. I don't know why it's showing up like this. Low to big Lethbridge chess. Yes, they have a big dictograph here. Tough opponent for anyone. Hard opponent for anyone. This is approaching KO territory. There's going to be some like d5, queen a7. Also rook d6, d5. Like d5 is looming. Bishop provides nasty pressure. Jeff, our buddy Aryan is struggling, eh? He's just in a mud wrestle. I wish the position would show correctly. It's so annoying. There we go. Refreshing it. Somehow it just fixed. So Aryan has been playing like... I mean, the game has just been very low quality from everyone here. I don't know what's going on here, but now somehow Aryan has reached what I would say is maybe his best position. Because this, he always has knight h5 available. And castles, at least he can now handle the position a little bit better. He's going to be able to castle. Black's strong knight is gone from d4. Things make a little bit more sense now. Black should definitely castle, no question about it. Both sides, in fact, need to castle here. Honestly, bonker sick, that might make sense. they can definitely do that in the back end. Hello to Airbus Driver. Magnus and Eric sitting out for round 1. Airbus Driver. Buddy Pranav is on the team. Aryan is the only board that looks kind of suspicious right now in the match. And so we're trying to send him the majority of our energy. And tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. will be round 2, where you can likely expect both Magnus and Eric to play, although I can't say for certain. And in roughly 3 hours from now, on our Twitch channel, I will be playing in a World Series of Poker event. Pretty serious one at that, with, of course, a stream delay. So those are the headlines. Those are the cliff notes, Airbus. Hoping to keep you up to speed. I think it's a 5K buy-in. Yeah, I guess it is the main event. We're competing with like I'm competing very technically against the regular field of poker players. So it's not like I'm only doing like events with creators, but the way that they have this one structured is that the way that it's structured is that we all compete against just the entire field, except there's a challenge, which is to have the best placement of any of the streamers. So maybe I'll literally lose like everything immediately. I do not profess to be a great poker player at all, but I had a fun time playing poker last time. So hopefully we can find some good spots. You mean like big stack sizes, Tim? Like won't be under pressure immediately is what you mean. Noted. This game is getting spicy as hell. I knew it would be. Look at this. King H1, G6. Look at this move. Rook G1. King H8 instead of maybe King H7. And look at the difference it makes. E6. What a star move. Takes. And Knight E5. What? Jesus. So if we take here, then I assume F5 happens. Maybe there's better than this, but I assume F5. Yeah, F5, just take the bishop in rough position. And if you can't take the knight, then you're in serious trouble as black, because your whole purpose of G6 king here was to take the damn knight. So this is a unreal find by white, and now this position is actually totally flipped. White is to be preferred. So the boys really need to pick up the pace here. I've always liked white's position here, but it's not winning. That's the thing. It seems good, but it's not winning. You can take this bishop. You can pin it. But there's king here, rook d6. You're not winning. The last one, Jeff? Yeah, what we saw was good too. Very good. Uff. Okay, so we could lose board one. Aryan's game, truthfully, is just up in the air. Both sides castling makes sense. Makes total sense. Pranav should win his game. Johann Sebastian should win his game. Urkadal should win his game. Wait, by the way, is he just up a piece here? I mean, this is an incredible decision. White played knight d3 and knight e5. I mean, I would ask if he's on drugs, but like, there's no point in asking. We know he's on drugs. Well, there's nothing to say here. This is completely lost. I'm not even going to comment on 95. That's like a move I'd play in Bullet. Maybe. Still don't think I'd ever play in Bullet. But like, maybe I would play in Bullet. That's the best I could say. Maybe Hyper Bullet. There you go. Playable in Hyper Bullet. You're not wrong there, Josh. Go Aryan. Like I said, I knew this game was going to be a mud wrestle. But as long as Aryan comes out on top, it's all good, baby. Mud wrestle for sure. Now the position is more stable. There's no immediate tactics. Aryan's castled. I like this position way more than previous. This game is quite disturbing though. Now, I haven't looked at the move d5. I'm just assuming it could be quite good. What else could we do? Bishop d6. I guess there's knight g4. Or maybe king d7. I don't know. Nah, king d7 we just take. But bishop d6, knight. Maybe knight e4. e4 or g4. The point is, like, you can't do this because your queen's attacked, so. You can take two rooks, but that's not really what you want. d5 feels like a good move, as in, like, I can't go wrong with that. Knight takes here, maybe queen b6, trades the queen, and then the knight goes back to d5. That's, you still have to work to win that. So I wonder what the move is. Because if you go here, then remember, knight g4 is also quite a serious move. Queen d1, kind of have to go back, because if you go here, I mean, forget about it. So rook e5, I'm now realizing, okay, if knight d5, a4, some ideas here. Low to Mannered Monkey. Good morning, Master. I think right now we have a completely winning position on one board for the team, a very winning position on another, a mostly winning position in Pranav's game, so that should be at least 2.5 to 3 points right there. Should be 3. Haldorson is just slightly better, but not winning. Okay, yeah, his opponent resigned. I couldn't, for the life of me, explain this move. White just played 95. Like, completely inexplicable. Like, if I'm not mistaken, after Rook G8, can you not go Rook G1 and just like, you know what I mean? Like what, like what on earth is 95? It's a move that I can't even comment on. Like not even Gory and Hyperbullet would play this. But the suspicious boards are actually at the top. Sadwani looked like he was trapping a knight here with G6. And he was until he played King H8 and walked into, honestly, a crazy good move. E6. And knight E5 with F5 to come. So, just some really, really sweaty stuff here. Takes, I'm assuming, is there some sort of Queen E3? What's going on here? What's happening here? Or even knight f4. The point is you've at least rescued your knight, so that's an achievement. But yeah, this position is suspicious. And then Aryan's game is, it's seriously improving now. But it was very suspicious before. I think it was like -2, -2.5 for the opponent, so. What, to play E6 95, Kurtz? Is that what you're referring to? Like an all-time tactic for you? The thing is, like, I can't give full credit, right? Because it's not an all-time tactic if, like, I think it's actually an all-time blunder by White. Because the point was that King H8 was the bad move. Black could position his king on f8 or h7, and the same idea would not work. And although there's compensation, you would be losing the knight. So Black is actually, I think it's complicated, so I don't want to say Black's winning here, but I think Black is probably preferred. And the way that the game had been going was that Sadwani was like pushing around the opponent. Now, maybe there is enough compensation here. Could be a fun way to play, but it looked more like Black should be actually trapping this knight than it did White should be getting this thing to work. So h8 just happened to be the worst square for the knight to jump everywhere with check. So he kind of made it worse. So it is a very cool tactic, but I don't think the whole thing was planned or forced. That's not the impression I got. Aryan played Queen E1. We can't even comment anymore, you know? Like, we can't try to, oh, this was good or not good. Like, no. Just let these lads play. Let them play. Don't read into it too much. Two lads with a great feel for the position. Yep. Totally. Hasn't been the cleanest game to watch, but has been a fun one. Pranav, by the way, his opponent's down to 4 minutes. We can stay with this for the moment. Okay, just making sure my screen isn't like messed up. You guys can see this. Sometimes it just like flickers. Like, I don't know, it's like the whole page is updating. It's very annoying. So he finally moved. See what I mean? It's like, it's really triggering on the eyes. Once you notice it, it's very hard to unnotice it. So the idea here is that this isn't leading to mate. Black hides in the corner. And meanwhile, bishop b6 is about to be disgusting. Just a filthy, filthy invasion of the pieces on the diagonals and the dark squares here. Yeah, I can click on the moves tab, of course. It's a small solution, but I usually like to be on this tab in general because I like to check on all the games at once. So when I click moves, then I end up clicking back here most of the time. So it's just not ideal. But yes, that does alleviate the visual discomfort. I feel like we should stay here just because there's 3 minutes left. We're probably going to see some type of resolution to this game. Minute 47. It's just so uncomfortable. You're never safe in a position like this. The diagonals are going to hit you like a truck. Yes, you can hide your king on f1, but I guess it's more of a long-term thing. Because truly, after queen check or bishop check, you can play king here and you are not mated. But your position is not improving. 45 seconds. 45 seconds against 45 minutes. This would be my clock in an OTB game. But he played a very good game. I'm assuming this won't last more than 5 moves. There we go. Very difficult to make moves here. Like, it's tough to understand how you do anything. Goes here. Queen e4 is like way too engine. Queen e4 to play bishop b6 and mate. It's like, what? But you need to activate the bishop somehow. Brownick? What's happening here? Position keeps refreshing, like it's just refreshing non-stop. Yeah, like I can't even look at that screen. Like it's just it's just unpleasant. Buddy Pranav with bishop b6. Brilliancy. Knight takes, queen e3, king there, queen f3, queen g2 is mate. So you have to go here, but that's what white was planning. Remember, this knight is fairly supported. Yeah, 45 minutes. But he's not gonna miss his chance. This looks like a very nasty position because knight d5, queen e5. You can't even take the bishop because of this, and you actually lose your queen. So this looks nasty. That should be a win. Buddy should be a win. So that means we'll have 3 points. And I think we're not going to do too poorly on the other boards. Aryan's game is still literally a toss-up. But Halldorson is just not going to lose this position. That's what matters. He's not going to lose to a 1900 FIDE. Not today, Yubitsia, but he likely will tomorrow, and he is in general. Magnus and Eric are not playing today. It's round 1, so the guys aren't going to play every single game, and you can expect that Magnus will play every single game once the tournament gets more intense. So if you're ever going to rest Magnus, it's probably going to be round 1, maybe round 2. But after that, he's going to have to play every game because there's, the strong guys are coming. Okay, so he went rook e7. Queen h5. Bishop takes d5. So queen e4, king h3 doesn't do it. Bishop here, I think, or bishop takes, I think he was also playing queen b2. I think it was queen b2 no matter what. I mean, it's just a very simple fork. I feel like there's still a little bit to discuss after queen c1, like just for 1 or 2 more moves, but I mean, yeah, you can try some sort of stuff like this, but yeah, even queen here, queen h6 can be played. It's probably not the best move, but I certainly wouldn't play it, but it can be played. Well, I was predicting it would last 5 more moves, and this is exactly 5 moves. So, I think that that pretty much does it. I don't think it's crazy for white to keep playing with a move like queen h4. Trying to play f6 or rook h5. I don't think that's insane. Play 1 or 2 more moves, but it would also be a fair resignation. You got to keep playing though, just because there's ideas like queen takes h7 and rook h5 would be, you know, a checkmate idea in the air. So you have to give it a shot. Now, as long as he's not worried about getting mated here, he's got it covered. This should be a fairly straightforward win because queen f1 is an immediately winning move, and Buddy Pranav knows it, so I think he'll spot that, and that'll be the end of the game. Yep. Not hard for him to see that one. And with 20 seconds, you can't really stop this check. You can't threaten a mate. Queen f1 is checkmate in one move, by the way. This will be a win. This will be a win. Check here. And I think 8 in 2. Forgot that you can go there. I don't think it's really going to change things, but we'll change it from mate in 2, that's for sure, to mate in a little bit more. For some reason I was only looking at this, which does get mated. King h4 is the more sensible move. g4. And f2 is just fine. So here will lead to mate no matter where you go. So I guess the move is queen g4, but if queen g4 is what you're playing, then you may as well resign. I don't think we'll see queen g4 get played.
That's all they talk about. The ocean.
Ami Mac, 1500 first FIDE rating. Impressive, brah. Should you quit chess? Absolutely not. You've clearly got a future ahead of you. All right, Pranav finally puts away the game. That'll be a win for Buddy. And he's gonna do it with the bishop. Very nice. Very nice game. Go, Buddy. Had brilliancy in there. Pretty sweet, pretty sweet. That's 2-0 for the team right now. Big KO from Buddy. Bishop d8 check, Venus. Oh my goodness. Bishop d8 check. Yes, rook takes d8 and you get mated. Oh my lord. Now, is Rana completely lost? Look at these brilliancies by White. This is like, it's turning into a model game. I don't think he ended up here under the best circumstances, but queen e3. He's getting a brilliancy probably because this knight's hanging every move. Maybe not fully deserved. I'm not even sure.
That's all they talk about. The ocean.
No. These obviously aren't the right moves. This is hilarious though. Knight d3 brilliancy.
How fucking wonderful it is.
Rook g6.
In heaven.
Big brilliancy.
That's all they talk about.
There we go. Let's see the actual brilliancy.
The ocean.
Queen e3, bishop there, queen h6. Knight takes g6.
In the sunset.
Rook takes g6. Queen takes g6. King h8. Yeah.
How fucking wonderful
This
it
is
is.
brutal.
Melt.
This is fucking brutal. So Raunak's gonna take an L here. A pretty resounding L. Rook G1. I mean, Queen H6 and then Rook G1 feels better, as in you're chasing the king, but just have to make sure that king doesn't start running away. Knight takes F6 looks like a tempting move because Queen takes loses immediately to Queen H5 and Rook G1, and then the king can't run away. Same thing with the rook takes. I guess your king goes here, and I haven't seen the lines there, but looks like we could still make it work. Queen H8. Or maybe Queen H7, threatening Rook G8, yeah. But he's got 10 minutes. I think he'll close this one out. So the other club will put a win on the board, which does mean Aryan's game is pretty important. I think Christensen is going to win. Queen E5 has to be the move. Oh, wow. What am I missing here? Okay, the only way to play on here is knight takes a knight E6. So I guess he's going to do that. And go knight C7 and try to hold the fort here. Okay, it's reasonable. Definitely winning for white, though. Not a discussion. And they're all going to play that. Yep. So, yeah, as long as Halldorson doesn't lose here with white, which doesn't look likely, then should be good.
Together we go higher. Together we go higher. Together we go higher. My eyes on you are fire.
Aryan's game is like, this might be one of the worst games I've ever seen Aryan play. Like I just don't know what's happening here. It's such a strange game. Difficult to play perfectly, but so uncharacteristic of Aryan. It's just trading inaccuracies with this 2200. Aryan's getting down to time pressure. Is that surprising to you, Critic? Is that high? Of course it's low, I'm just trolling Aryan. I think he was like 20, like he was 2650 basically, so he's been losing some rating. And he definitely stands to lose more rating here with this result. Now, technically, Halldorson can just make a draw here, and the match should be won, and maybe that's the professional thing to do. But drawing an 1880 for your FIDE rating is just, that's not what you signed up to do. Is white gonna convert this in this game? It certainly looks like it. The engine really likes this bishop g4 move, I think. Like, this is some sauce. Bishop g4, queen e7, and you, first of all, it was initially for bishop e6, but now you pivot and go bishop f5. And just bring this in. And the queen e7 move actually ends up stopping your own king's escape, so moves like this are unplayable. And queen e7 threatens queen e4, so bishop f5 just does it all. Bishop g5, bishop f5 is some sauce for sure. Go here, bishop e6. Oh, Aryan. Brought the knight back again. Like, look at this knight's journey. Knight c3, knight a4, knight back to c3, knight b5, knight back to c3. Like, we're just along for the ride. I got no idea what's happening in this game. Okay, of course, king b1, immediate move. But now there are some issues just in the sense that after you take here, knight b3 forces your queen away from that bishop. So after pawn takes here, I'm wondering what happens. I guess it's knight d5. Something seems off there though. You can do this. Oh, knight h5 must be. Same idea, but also removes the knight from that square. Still seems suspicious. Because I'm not sure I trust this. Knight d4 though, there is queen d2 to barely stay in it. Let's say rook g8. What are you doing here? Knight d5? Is this the only move? Yeah, but this should be winning for black. Like, I guess it truly is still a little bit tricky, but 3 pieces for 2 rooks plus just the general compensation, solid structure, like etc. b4 needs an answer, so that move's a little concerning, but I really get the feeling that black is much better here, despite b4. So it would need some calculation though. b4 is strong. At the end of the line, to see that move is not a nice feeling. Okay, so and white's had this position. And if he goes back one more time, it'll be a draw, and he makes the draw. Now, I think he knows his team is probably gonna lose, but still, that's a big draw to make. You have to know that there's something here, like some collection of moves is gonna win here. Like, as a chess player, you just have to know there's something. So yeah, he's got 2 minutes on his clock. It's ticking down, but like, Man, that's a huge opportunity missed. I mean, he's a 2380 IM, so maybe he's just not super ambitious. Let's see. My impression is that he's probably an older player if he's below 2400 and an IM. Oh wow, he's not. Wow. Wait a minute, never mind. Wait, where is he from? He's from Aruba, right? Yeah, it is him. He's younger than me. International Master, under 2400. No ambition to go for a win against the 2650 in one of the best games that you will have played. I don't understand that. I just don't. It just makes no sense to me. I mean, yeah, maybe his team wouldn't have won, but like, especially as a board one, that's, to me, that's awful. Like, Aryan can definitely lose this game. Aryan can for sure lose this game. Let's say from their team's perspective. Let's say he beats Raunak. That's 2 wins right there. Yes, you can expect your guy to lose this game with the black pieces, of course, but he hasn't lost it yet. And there's still one more game where, yes, I agree, white is better slightly with the bishops, but anything can happen. Black could win this game, like, if it came down to it. It's a team competition. I mean, this is just nonsense. Total nonsense. So it's one thing to do that in an individual game, but in a team competition? I thought maybe he was an older player, just like, you know, not super ambitious anymore. But like, guy's born in 1994. You what, mate? But even if you don't see bishop g4, which is maybe that's a tougher move to spot. For sure, knight takes f6 is also a great move. That one's easier to calculate. I'm sure bringing the rook to g1 will not be a mistake. Like, I guarantee it. Yeah, that's a shock. That is a shock. Probably doesn't matter, Venus. I think if this was like a more professional scenario, and you know, you think of like a major sports team, NFL, NBA, NHL, if someone made a decision that impacted the team's winning chances as significantly as this did, or in such a position where the team or you individually had a chance to win your match and you didn't do so, or you did this, I think you might be just like removed from the team. That's not gonna happen in chess, so we don't really have that. But this is like borderline removed from team behavior, you know? Ooh. So, this should be totally winning now. Queen f3 is a super strong move. You will win that pawn for sure because of the pin. And once you win this pawn, there's 3 connected pawns going down the board, so that'll be a win. That'll be a win, which means that the match is technically over because of that draw. So there's much less pressure on the other guys. Yeah, the match points count for tie breaks, critic. So how many points you score in the match, even if you lose, matters. And if he had won that game, which he deserved to, played a great game, how do you not try to win after like sacking a bunch of pieces against a GM? What the like? It's crazy. But if he had won the game, then it would be, let's say, assume that this game is a win in front of you, then it would be 3-1. And I'm just saying, Aryan's game is still tense, and Black is playing a great game. Aryan's clearly not playing well right now. So what I mean is like, then all of a sudden Aryan is like, oh shit, it's 3-1. If I lose, it's 3-2. He feels that pressure. And then I'm not saying it's gonna happen, it's really unlikely, but Halldorson on the last board, anything can happen in a team match. All of a sudden he's like, shoot, it's 3-2. Okay, I just need to make a draw. And all of a sudden he stops like playing for a win and being slightly better. He's like, oh, I'll just make a draw. And anything can happen. Maybe he loses. No, maybe it's a 1 in 100 shot, but gotta give your, at least arm your players with a chance to achieve the desired result. So, I guess Queen A7. Is that what you want to do? All the invasion squares are covered here. Queen here. Queen F6. And there's F3. Okay, officially a win here. Johan, yeah, that's a good move. Playing for the win now for sure. Queen here runs into big trouble. And let's say queen here. You can either choose to evict the knight, probably not necessary, or you can start taking pawns. These bishops are so strong. See how they keep the queen out of every square on the d file. Rook takes, queen takes, rook takes g2. Certainly, black is pressing. He's probably looking at knight d4 back, because he may be able to repeat for a draw. I wonder if that's a draw. Because I think that the only moves are these two. And then knight b3 forces the queen back. I guess Aryan could play queen d1 if he wanted to keep playing the game. But at this point, so here's the thing. I think that black should do that. That's my firm belief here. Do I think that black is going to beat Aryan from this position? I actually don't. Like, even if you take and take. I don't think you're going to win anymore with the black pieces. White has total control. Probably not going to lose, but your best result seems to be a draw. The knight is just so strong. So what I would do is I would go here, especially because Aryan knows that the match is already over. So So he's probably not motivated to sit at the board and keep playing when the match is already done. And he knows he's worse here. So I would go knight d4. If you take it, then you actually lose. So Aryan has to go back and defend his bishop, which is hanging. And then you go back here. And there's no available squares on this diagonal. So again, you have to hit the knight. Will Aryan go queen d1 to keep playing the game down a pawn? Like, will Aryan be like, oh no, I don't want to draw with you. I want to play down a pawn. Because then Aryan risks losing. So I think after knight d4, this 2200 FM will earn a draw against Aryan. And I think that's the best result you can hope for at the moment. He played knight back, smart guy. Steal a few FIDE points from Buddy Aryan. And here's the important moment. Was Aryan gonna play queen c2 or queen d1? He does go queen d1. Aryan is a Chad. He says, I'd rather play down a goddamn pawn than agree to a draw against you, peasant. Omag was not expensive, man. It was like 20 Canadian dollars. It was nothing. Queen takes pawn and a4 idea. Oh, queen takes pawn and then white a4. Uh-huh. You can get them online. I think they're more expensive than 20 bucks. This was, like, I actually got it in a physical store. Randomly stumbled upon it. I was like, oh, that looks pretty cool. But you can get them online. I think they're called hoodies. Like hoodie without the H. You can order them online. They're definitely more expensive, but I think they're worth even that price. A4. Wow, Chad. Knight e7 check. Takes. Takes. And if you go back, maybe b4. Aryan could start saying hello here. Didn't I just say what it was, Fred? Or is that a joke I'm not getting? Rook h5. Definitely an unusual game. f6 and rook g2 makes a lot of sense. Aryan's playing for the win, which is definitely an exciting decision. White's position here is overwhelming. There's just no invasion. The only thing you have to be scared of for white is like maybe this. So I can understand why queen takes a6 is maybe not the most desirable thing because of this. But I was thinking maybe there's this, but because you have queen h8. So this is playable, but it still feels wrong. I don't know. Queen g5. Maybe queen takes e5. Still playable. It just, you know, you can also go wrong here a little bit. And, I don't know. I guess this is fine for white. But I can see that being a little scary to play. Aryan is battling here. He's mud wrestling. Rook takes g2, king a2. Oh, Aryan. He's trying to eke out a win here. The point of king a2. Well, Aryan and myself consider knight d2 to be a threat. Knight takes a4 is what you want to have time for. Knight takes a4. The move she told you not to worry about. Queen takes b3. I guess if you do it though, you have to be a little concerned. So let's imagine black goes here, white takes. Taking is probably an achievement, but knight c1? I'm wondering what's going on here. Because now if the king moves, I can maybe take on d3 with this hanging. That's much better. And if you take it, queen takes threatens queen a3. Something doesn't feel right here. Some big decisions needed here. King a2, I wonder what black will do. King b8, by the way, I happen to just make a random move, but it's not a bad one. It actually feels good to get out of this checking square. So king b8 actually is probably the best move. I feel like black also generally wants to play this move. Because it watches the pawns. Something feels pretty good about that. No moves from the lads. The match is already over, but you still want to collect as many game points, like individual game points, as possible. Looks like these games will go for a little bit. What are these game points? Like, if you win a game, you get a point. If your team wins the match, you get a point. 1 point for the match win. But I'm saying the individual points matter too. So you can win a match 3.5 to 2.5, or you can win 6-0. 6-0 is more valuable than 3.5, 2.5. This is the move I was expecting. I thought this move made the most sense. Now you don't have to worry about knight a4. You can put your king here. This made sense to me, but maybe it's the wrong idea. I'm gonna get some food. I'll leave the game on, but I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back. Low. Hey, Biba man. Oh. Wow. So this exact thing happened. And you're telling me that in this position, Black really played this? And his blundered maiden won? What? No, we take those. It's just down to Buddy Aryan. Holy smokes, what's going on here? So Aryan played Wild Hax's move, Rook F to H1. Question mark. Question mark. And Queen E1. How is Queen E1 not being awarded like double question mark or something? You're telling me Queen E1 is fine? Bringing it to -5? And then this move is the problem? What does Queen E1 do? I mean, he could be playing this for any number of reasons. King D8 play, jeez. Like, he wants to defend the knight, of course, but I'm assuming that this was not in the cards for him for some reason. Bishop C5. Well, the bishop just came from C5, so yeah. Knight C5 hitting the pawn is definitely an improvement. You think so, Lolly? Alright. How fucked up is this variation? How fucked up is that? And after this, you even lose your bishop. Fucking disgusting. Holy shit. That's dirt. Oof. Aryan is gonna play Rook G7 in a heartbeat. I really think Aryan's gonna win this game, but like, this will be the sloppiest game of his career. Now the thing is, let's be honest, nobody here, maybe including me, is playing this. But it's just at the 2600 level, you're not expected to have this many oversights in a single game. So this is definitely unusual for someone of Aryan's caliber. Maybe he'll get some energy and play this. I think this is good energy. That's a very fun move. Good energy by the FM. Good energy. Now, he probably should have taken this first, which is not the most intuitive thing to see. Just because now Aryan can wiggle a little bit. But, man, this is still very easy to play for black under time pressure. Although they're only under time pressure till move 40. Then they get 30 minutes. But he's on our team, hella. He's on the offerspill team. Big off-season signing. This 2200 is finding some moves. Aryan needs to play well. I think both are fine. My instinct is to take with the knight, even though it might not be as good. More direct to take with the pawn, but I like knight takes and then going back to b3. I just like this structure. Just want to leave it like that. Oh, Aryan. Can he flip this around? I still say flip, even though he's up a queen. Because I'm not sure his position's better. I can subscribe to both ideas, though. Pawn takes, I understand. You keep the tempo, the momentum. You want to get the rooks doubled and like come down to G2 or G1. I get it. I get it, I get it. So this gives Aryan better winning chances, in my opinion. I think knight takes was still fishy. But this... this isn't so obvious. I said the same thing, Critic. I think this is going to be a really poor overall game, but I do think somehow Aryan's going to win. No, Chorzy, it's one per day. One round per day. So tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. If you want, you can already trade a pair of rooks off. So that's an option. Hard to really say who benefits there. It feels like with the rooks traded, the queen can move more, but I'm not sure that's the case. You're always tied down here to the first rank. Practically speaking, this does not even feel remotely good for white, to be honest with you. "50 seconds, yeah, but it's only for one move. And unfortunately, the move doesn't seem entirely relevant. Maybe this is a threat, so that's one thing, but not even sure if it is, but it seems like a threat. An annoying move to face, to be sure. Pretty solid last move. Now they met move 40, and I'm pretty sure 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then they get 30 more minutes for the rest of the game, and they get 30 seconds to throw. So there's going to be more time for Big Aryan. He doesn't need to move here, like, before the time expires. He's already done move 40, so no rush anymore. This reaches a position of relative stability. I feel like black almost needs to bail this knight out and go knight c5. King b7 looks like a good move. I do think it's equal, but I think somehow Aryan's gonna win this. I really do. And there you go, there's the extra 30 minutes. So maybe Aryan's move was obvious, knight f4, but you'll notice that Aryan played his 41st move relatively quickly, and his opponent's now thinking on his 41st move. There is an official statistic in chess that the move number that has the least accurate moves, or the move number that you are most likely to make an inaccuracy on, is move 41. The move after you make the time control, which makes almost no sense, but everybody like relaxes a little bit, or there's this weird moment where your clock's at 1 minute and you know that you can let it go to 0 and you'll get 30 more minutes, but there's something like you're hardwired to not let it hit 0, so you instinctively want your opponent to be the guy that it hits 0 on. It's just like a psychological thing. So you're like, oh, I want to move. Which is what Aryan just did. He made a move and the opponent was the one whose time hit 0, and then the 30 minutes started. I think that's from a deeply rooted fear of hitting 0 and you haven't made your 40th move, your notation is wrong, and you actually lose the game. And I say deeply rooted fear because it's happened to me. It's happened to me, and it's probably happened to most professionals at least once in their career, and it's a very disgusting feeling. Now, in my case, I've told this story before, but in my case, it was the most unfair shit you've ever seen. So yes, I should know the rules of the tournament, for sure. So it's my job to know the time control that I'm playing. But very often chess players won't check the official time control, or they'll have an idea, but they don't know exactly. And so I realized this during my game, you know, sort of around move 27, 28. And I was like, oh, I was thinking to myself, oh, is this a 30 move or a 40 move game? As in, sometimes they play at 30 moves, you get extra time. Sometimes they play at 40 moves, you get extra time. There truly isn't one standard time control for chess, so that's one thing. But anyway, I didn't know the time control, so I went up to an arbiter and I verified with him. I asked him, like, I looked him in the eye, and I was like, what's the time control? Like, is it move 30 or move 40 that we get extra time? And he said 30. And I said, okay. And so I went back, and on move 29, I just let move 31, I guess. I just let my time, like, expire, because then usually the extra time gets added. And it didn't get added. And then my opponent, who was aware that it was not move 30, was like, I'm sorry, I guess you lose. And I was like in shock, like, what? Like, I literally just went and asked the arbiter of the entire tournament what the time control was. How could I possibly lose this game? And then I get told some speech about, like, how it's my responsibility to know the time control, and the arbiter understood, like, maybe wasn't, like, perfect in English. I asked him, do we get extra time at move 30 or move 40? It was a very precise question. He thought that I was asking, is the amount of extra time 30 or 40 minutes? And so he said 30, because you get an extra 30 minutes. I was asking what move number, and I specifically said move number, so I know that I said that. That's not a discussion, but his English isn't perfect, and he just understood extra time, time control, 30, and he was like 30. And so now I'm in a situation where they're saying I've lost, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I literally just asked the arbiter of the entire tournament what the time control was, and he told me move 30. And then the arbiter of the whole tournament is like, no, I told him 30 minutes. And it's like my word against his or something. And anyways, so I lost the game. Extremely disturbing. Easily the most disgusting loss of my whole chess career. Not even close. And of course it was in the middle of a GM norm tournament, and I was doing very well. I was playing a GM on, like, one of the top boards. So it was a very disgusting feeling. And yeah, I mean, I can see both sides, but I see mine more. If I'm checking with the official arbiter of the tournament, I ask a specific question, and he gives me specific information, and I act upon that, that's not my fault. I'm sorry. And yeah, it's like, okay, you know, he doesn't know English perfectly. It was like, okay. Then don't answer the question if you don't fully understand it. But because of the wrong information, yeah, I lost the game. Exactly, Java Bandit. Very similar. Very similar. It's such a basic thing, the time control to the tournament. You'd think, like, of course, these professional players know the time control, but somehow no. I mean, it's allowed, like, not actually, but it's allowed. But no one ever does it. You're not incentivized to, and if anyone ever did it, it would probably be perceived as extremely rude and sarcastic. At least that's how I would take it. If my opponent leaned over and said, "You're low on time," I'd be like, welcome to my life, my friend. What are we discussing here? But if you were like an old guy and it seemed like it was a well-intentioned gesture, I think you could probably get away with it. But I wouldn't take kindly to it. Well, no, JavaBandit, in my situation, he gave me the wrong information, but it wasn't because he didn't know the information, it's because he misunderstood my question. I asked, at what move do I receive my extra time? Is it move 30 or move 40? He said 30. I asked the question, he said 30. I'm like, okay, that's my answer. He understood my question as, how much time do I get when I get extra time? And he said 30, like 30 minutes. And so he provided an accurate answer to a question that was not asked. Yeah, well, a double check, probably with anything in life, is always better than just checking with one person, right? But I feel like if I'm checking with the arbiter of the entire tournament, I'm not sure I could do much better than that, you know? It's not really my job to like check with the arbiter of the whole tournament and then check with someone who works for him and be like, the arbiter of the whole tournament said this. Is this right? He'll be like, fucking, what? Check with the arbiter of the whole tournament. What do you mean? Like, what are you asking me? So, yeah, more opinions probably good, but I'm not sure that it would ever be caught that way. But I just think if you don't fully understand the question you're being asked, then don't answer it. He thought he understood the question, so he gave the answer, but I mean, it cost me a whole like rating, like points, placement in the tournament, everything. Quite impactful. That's right. That's right, Java. But what they could have done was, and this is what happens in football, Java, I'm fine with his initial mistake, as in like, you made a mistake, sure. But like, the mistake affected me, and I acted upon information you gave as the referee of this chess game. So then they should huddle and be like, look, this poor guy lost on time because the chief arbiter of the whole event told him that he would get extra time at move 30. But what they're going off of is like that they're not great at English, and then they have this guy being like, I asked you with the time control, and then they're hearing the chief arbiter basically tell his side of the story, being like, nope, he didn't ask me what move number, he asked me how much time. And I told him how much time, 30 minutes. And now they're just like, which side do we go on? Do we like go with this chief arbiter? Or do we go with this guy saying that's not what I asked, you know? And like, there was a decision, so they did kind of huddle about that. But ultimately they were like, fuck you, basically. And the saddest part, and I don't think it's fair to expect sportsmanship from your opponent, especially not in a tournament where maybe if I was going for a GM and this happened to my opponent and I was getting a free win, I might just take the win. So you should never expect sportsmanship or anything. But my opponent was sitting here witnessing the whole conversation, and he understands English. And so like, I'm almost looking at him at some point for like a sympathy, like a pity, like, dude, can you say something? Like, oh, give him like, I don't know, like at least 2 minutes to let him continue the game or something. And the thing is, I'm not sure I would step in and do that because I'd want the win too. But it felt like no one was sticking up for me there. And I truly hadn't done anything wrong from my point of view. I was just getting absolutely fucked. Like, this guy can't speak English? That's your fault, dude. You thought you understood the question and you didn't? It's your fault again. I don't know how I can get the information better than like the chief arbiter of the tournament. So, but then you can go back to the start and say, I should have known it to begin with. So, I don't know. I don't think I'm 100% in the right, but I think I'm more in the right than in the wrong. What was the opening in that game? It was a timeout off. Pretty reliable opening for me for the most part. You would have spoken up if your position was winning. That's the best kind of sportsmanship. You have like mate and 5 on the board. Oh no. God, let him continue. Let him continue. Sportsmanship. We can't have it end like this. Yeah, that's exactly right, Zentro. That's exactly right. But I just felt like the arbiter guy was just so slimy. He's like trying to make it seem like I asked the wrong question or like that I'm a dumbass. Like, how stupid do you think I am? I just sat there and let my time run out, like willingly. I wasn't panicked about the time. I was like in full think while my time's going to 0. Like, why am I so comfortable there? And it sucks because this is a tournament that you travel to. So I was like across the world playing a tournament. Like, this happens, it feels so demotivating. You just want to like quit the tournament. And Aryan is really battling here. Really battling. He's playing for this win. What a variation here. I think this has to do with this move. Right? Because... because this is a draw, this is a draw, but this, then the bishop comes in. And yeah, you can play this, but I'm not sure what's happening here. Everybody's taking everybody's pawns. I don't really know what the situation is. This is crazy. It seems easy to play for black lost moves. Yeah, I agree. Even like a point something engine eval probably isn't enough to win. Yep, that's correct, Java. Also correct, Wild Hacks. That's exactly what was going on, but we got up for it. Is white paralyzed here? I mean, yeah, rook g1, like if white goes queen here, rook g1 will almost lead to immediate mate. So it's quite annoying. But white can make a lot of threats very quickly. Queen f7, right? Like queen f7, for example. I don't know if it's like white's move, right? Queen f7, let's say, rook g1. And what I mean is queen takes d7, and even though you win the rook, you're just not in time to make these threats. Okay, here knight c1 happens to be a draw, but white makes just as many threats as black does. He played rook g2, makes sense. Computer is going to have a terrible time evaluating this position. Which really doesn't make a lot of sense. A reminder, guys, that I will be streaming on our Twitch channel in probably about 1 hour from now. So I actually am going to wrap up this stream pretty soon. I'll stick around for a little bit longer, but if Aryan's game is still going, I will have to leave it to get ready and set up for that stream. But I'll be streaming poker. I'm playing a World Series of Poker event, 5K buy-in. The event is like kind of a competition with other streamers, but we're not just playing with other streamers. So I'm playing with like the regular WSOP participants, which means I'll probably get my shit rocked, but there's a little side bet to be the top place finishing streamer or influencer, let's say. So there's incentives, even if you get knocked out, to just try to make it as far as possible. But that'll be on Twitch. There'll be a delay on the stream, obviously, because it's poker. So it'll probably be 5-minute delay. But the event starts at 2:30, which is, yeah, an hour and a bit from now. So the stream will probably be on in an hour. No, Java. It's staked. Hashtag grow the game, baby. Do I cover the whole cards? No. Just stream with a 5-minute delay. Personally, I don't know what you guys think, but I find poker unwatchable if you can't see the cards. It's like, fuck me, what am I doing here? So, delay sucks. I'm not a fan of delay, which is why I don't love streaming poker, but it's a pretty serious event, so it's a pretty good opportunity, and I'd rather stream with delay than not seeing the cards. Because not seeing the cards is like rough. That's the only way that poker became watchable for me, was realizing that, well, yeah, I can actually follow. So no, I don't cover the whole cards, but there's a 5-minute delay. Oh yeah, I'll have to bring my sunglasses, Java. I have to put the old goggles on. Well, no fret is what I'm saying, is like, you can stream it but not show your cards. And then obviously you don't have to use delay. Like, there's a way that I can see my cards but that it's not shown to the stream. So, but that's just too crazy. Like, I want to like talk out loud about my like what things are possible and like what's on the table and like my thought process. I'm gonna like fuck up and say my cards anyway, so it's impossible to play poker as if you like can't speak to your stream about your cards. Like, it's just ridiculous, impossible. So yeah, there's only one way to do it, of course. If you're in a hand that takes longer than 5 minutes, that's not possible. They have timers. It's online, yeah, for sure. Sounds very Hikaru-esque, Tim. Five-minute is just standard. I think it goes by how long, like what the maximum length the hand could be is. And so that even if it goes the maximum length, someone still wouldn't be able to get relevant info. But yeah, as far as I know, 5 minutes is pretty standard. Thank you, Gob. How good am I in poker? I'm not sure. I don't know what the average is. I want to say I'm probably slightly above average, but nothing to write home about. Definitely a noob. But I just feel like the average poker level is quite low. Maybe the average poker level from people that actually play is quite high. But I feel like not a lot of people actually play or have even a baseline understanding. And so even having that, which I do have, I think sets me above a large number of people. Oh yeah, too. Oh, believe me, I'm gonna get rocked in this tournament. This is like a tournament of people that like actually play poker. So I'm not saying that I'll be above average in this tournament. I'm saying I'm above average. Like if you pick a human being out of the Earth's population, on average, I will be better than them at poker. Because I have a baseline understanding. I've played an in-person event, I've played online. Like, I'm definitely above average in poker. But like, in this event, I'm probably one of like the bottom 200 people that are in it. Like the weakest, I don't know how many people, let's just say there's like 15,000 people in the event. 50,000, I'm like the bottom 200. Bishop h3. That's a sneaky move there, buddy pal. Sneaky move. It definitely makes me think of queen f7. The reason that the engine is not worried about queen f7 is because he always has this sack. But to be honest, that's not the most obvious thing. I'm not sure if these players are noticing that. So I'm told that there was 10 people that were doing this like influencer streamer like poker thing. I think it's down to 6 now. Like I think people are just not participating. Like they're just backing out or like can't stream it or whatever. So I don't actually think there's that many people doing it now. So the chances are even higher for us. Yeah, maybe the other streamers are afraid of Hans. Well, I think queen f7 is a reasonable winning chance because it just, to me, rides on whether or not black notices this. I also think that if white can evict this knight, of course he has tremendous winning chances, but can't really challenge the knight from any square here. Like, the knight has just no scope. So I wonder, but I feel like white could be intending something like this. I think it's an advantage to trade a pair of rooks off. It's hard to create that situation perfectly, but like it's hard to find a waiting move for black that allows rook h8, to be quite honest with you, but I don't know, maybe here. This is such a ridiculous move because it allows white to do everything. I don't know how to make it possible, but like here allows knight e7. But let's say this with the bishop on d7, of course, is what I'm trying to say. Might be something. Because then the queen can invade, and it's not clear that black can immediately go here. So I feel like if there was only one rook on the board, it might benefit white. Minutes left. Yep. I don't think white wants to try to get the knight to c1. This looks too convoluted. Once you get the knight to c1, what? Black goes here, and your knight's stuck on c1 the whole game. You'll never win the game playing against 4 pieces. So this is probably not feasible. Not to mention how difficult that is to do. Sadly. Man, opponent's really in the think tank here. That's right, Lewis. It was Dr. Lord. This is correct. So the time is going to play a role here. I'm not sure that Black sees yet if he can win or force a draw. I'm not sure, actually. Truly not. Because down to 7 minutes in an OTB game, for example, this position, White made a draw, completely winning position, but he was down to 2 minutes. The panic starts to set in. You're against a higher rated player, a GM. The same thing is happening here. It's down to 7 minutes. I know it seems like a ton of time, but you know, he just spent 13 minutes and played not a very good move, you know? Like, I mean, you're really gonna need to tell me what happens on this fork here. Like, you can't really go here because you're dropping this rook. I'm pretty sure Aryan will play knight f6 in like half a second or something. There's a lot of scary things that you're realizing. If opponent plays a waiting move like king b7, there's knight f6, rook g7, queen f6. I'm not sure what line you're calculating. Do you mean queen f3? But anyway, knight takes d7 is the simple answer. You just take the bishop and the rook can't take back. How did he turn this around? I had a feeling he would. Aryan didn't play knight f6, so I shouldn't have it on the board like it occurred, but I don't know how you don't do it. It looks like knight f6, a basic fork. As long as you first realize, like, okay, there's no like tricks, no draw, no mate ideas. Maybe bishop h3, but that's nothing. That doesn't even work. Yeah, he spent all that time and played king b7. So if Aryan plays this, I mean, 2 pieces are attacked. If you go here, then the game ends. So Aryan plays knight f6 in like half a second. And like I said, this is just nerves kicking in, time getting low. You're playing a GM. I called it so long ago. I said, I think Aryan is going to win this game. And I think it will be one of the lowest quality games he's ever played. Like, this has really been a poor game from both sides. But I do think Aryan will win it. And I've thought that for a while. Opponent has played, like, not amazing because he's missed chances, but very good as in he's done his best. All right, so takes. Of course, we're not completely winning yet. After rook here, Black will probably need to go defensive. White, of course, doesn't want to play king b1 now, but wants to put the king on c2 maybe. Queen down to f7 or something. But my question is, how winning is it? How winning is it? And finally, king b7 has been upgraded from mistake to blunder, which it is. An outright blunder. You know, at this position, how winning is it? Because you can only make so many threats. Right? This knight guards this pawn. The bishop guards that pawn, which guards the knight. The bishop can't be attacked. This c-pawn move does nothing. e5 can be played. But even a position, let's imagine, like this, everything defends everything. So again, I'm wondering, like, this is actually winning, you know? Because Black can sit here if the rooks get traded and probably just make a draw. So I don't know. But with opponent's time at 5 minutes, ticking down, I think that it's trending very wrong for Black. He just spent 20 minutes and blundered a piece, basically, blundered the exchange. So I'm sure that he'll make another mistake and Aryan will win. That's my expectation. You can, Lewis, but even if the bishop goes back to b7, you can't even like fully attack this pawn. Like, you just need so many things to go right there. First, you need the e-pawn break. Then you need to pressure the bishop enough for it to move. It's not clear that can happen. Then you need to actually attack this pawn. Then you need to actually take it. Not to mention knight c1 will be winning the d-pawn at every moment. So like, you have to be moving your king. So I don't know. There's just a lot going on there. Maybe white can do something there. I feel like with best play, maybe black can still hold this in some sort of weird fortress, but I can't tell for sure. Okay, so knight d2 is exactly what Aryan wants to see. Instead of the opponent just keeping his beautiful position and just playing bishop c6, now the opponent has, in my opinion, done something even worse. Tried to justify this knight f6 move by like attacking the queen and being like, okay, let's make the position messy. This is fantastic news for Aryan. Now queen f4 is a basic move. Aryan will play that in less than a minute, I hope. The queen has no business going to any other square. g4 is covered. Queen can't be harassed. And now when you play rook h7, queen takes d6 will be a threat. So I feel like this move is obvious. Queen d1 is another fantastic move to hit the knight and the pawn. But maybe that will just get move knight b3 next. So queen f4 and queen d1 both look fantastic. Queen d1 hits the knight and the pawn. And queen f4 hits the knight and the pawn, but a different pawn. Both the exact same. This should be an easy win now for Aryan. Opponent is blundering all over the place. Yeah, again, but Aryan's responding to this guy's moves in like 30 seconds. He knows that the guy's blundering bad. Because now if you save the bishop, you just lose the entire game. So his opponent's move knight d2 was terrible. Terrible move. And Aryan's gonna get it done, I think. Better take a free bishop or win the exchange. Free bishop for sure. But in this position, we win the exchange. And then this. Okay, well, bishop g4. Now white is basically achieving everything that you were not supposed to let happen. Takes, and queen takes a4. Now, maybe the engine wants something different, like, I mean, by the way, we can take, we don't have to take this bishop, but I just think this is a total disaster. Black lost his blockade, he lost the pawn. White can take and take, or just take on a4. Now black has no knight b3, white's king is safe, and we just don't care. We go here and we just bring like the rook in. You know, there'll be some threats somewhere here. No way black can survive this. Go Aryan indeed. I think he's making it happen, Omizi. But this is only round 1 of the event, so Aryan's gonna have to do the ice bucket challenge or something to get himself into gear. Go Aryan. I feel like as soon as you take, the engine wants e5, but like, no. Has to be queen takes a4. Surely queen takes a4. Yep. Because I don't think you want to let that knight go back there. Never again. I think this is just dead. You know, black sacking knight is obviously not a move, so knight f3 I think is the only move you could possibly play here. And rook here, I think rook g8 is forced. Takes, you still have some work to do because black has a really nice knight arriving on e5 and still lots of work. But But luckily c5 takes and some sort of like queen d7 with queen d5 check is still good here. But it still takes a lot of work. Okay, the guy's gonna resign. Guy's gonna resign. Aryan ekes over 80% accuracy in this game. Super sketchy performance, but I'm really happy for Aryan and the confidence that this is gonna give him. Because, oof, man, he was put through the ringer this game. Played 48 moves just to get that dub. Go, buddy. Not today, Josh. So I'll be commentating all this week, 9:30 a.m. every day this week. All right. So I'll see you guys 9:30. But before 9:30, I'll see you guys on our Twitch channel. Okay. In about 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes, on twitch.tv/chessbrah, I will be streaming poker. There will be a 5-minute delay. It is a World Series of Poker event. It's a $5,000 buy-in. I'm playing with like all the regular entrants to the tournament, so a lot of poker pros, like people who are like paying their entry fee to play, so they're obviously serious players, much better than me. But there's a little side pot with other streamers and influencers, some that you guys might know, Alexandra, Dina Balankaya, Eric Rosen, a few others. And the goal is an extra bounty prize between us for whoever finishes with the best placement in the overall event. So all I have to do is do better than them. And of course, I'm gonna just try to do well in the tournament in general. We'll see how it goes. But, so I'll be streaming poker on our Twitch channel very, very soon. So I'm gonna wrap up this stream right now. Go boys, we got a result, I think 5.5. Yeah, they removed it from here, but 5.5. They're gonna show it here. There. 5.5 to half. So a nice round 1 victory. I'm not sure, I'm not speaking for the team, but Eric and Magnus are on the team. Of course, the offerspill team, and Pranav is there, Aryan, so some buddies. We should see more of them in action tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. So I'll see you guys for that. But visit me on my Twitch channel. We're gonna play some poker. Sorry, there will be a delay, there has to be. But hopefully the event goes well. So I'll see you guys there. Thanks for watching.